Good evening, lunatics. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Sunday evening. Good to see all y'all, Dirt Dog. You know, I'm kind of annoyed I forgot to reset the objection count before the stream started, but I'm glad I got it set up now. Yo, DK, good to see you. Welcome back to the Ace Attorney franchise. You know, I sometimes wonder myself if I should actually do more of these per year instead of just once a year. But hey, when's the next time we're getting an Ace Attorney game that's brand new? While I might as well wait and just like do these yearly until they actually do throw one out. Hey Lundea, hey Burmsai. But yeah, I don't see us getting a new Ace Attorney game anytime soon, but hey, we re-released the entire series at this point. Hopefully that means we're getting a new one soon, right? Watch your statement age like milk and Ace Attorney 7 comes to Switch 2. Well, that just gives me more time to go through the rest of the games, honestly. Anyway, yeah, as you guys can see, I'm playing the Switch version of Ace Attorney Investigations, which is a spin-off of the original, of the mainline Ace Attorney games, starring our boy, our gay pride representative and icon, Miles Edgeworth. What better way to start off Pride Month than with a game all about him? So, I think I want to play with high transparency text window like this. It was either have it low or high. I think I played it on high. And I did actually buy the arranged soundtrack so we can listen to that when we play through this, but I don't know if you guys prefer the arranged soundtrack or the original soundtrack more, but I just decided to go for the arranged one just so I can like enjoy the newer version, I guess. At this rate, you won't catch up until like 2030. The arranged tracks are amazing? Okay, that's good to hear. But anyway, like, Investigations is like 2025. Investigations 2 would be next year, so 26. And then I think the only... Oh, man. Actually, I still haven't even done the 3DS games yet, have I? Yeah, like, 27 would have to be... not Spirit of Justice, would be Dual Destinies. 2028 would be Spirit of Justice, and then Great Ace Attorney would be 29. Well, at the very least, I'm giving Capcom plenty of time before I catch up on the games. Anyway, how about we get started? I will say this, they only arranged like 5 songs, that's fair. I will say this, I don't know anything about the investigation games. The only thing I know about is like some character designs, but aside from that, I don't know anything else about them. I did hear there's stuff that people don't like about the first Investigations game, but a lot of people really like the sequel, which is why everybody never thought we'd ever get a localization of it, because like, well, Ace Attorney is pretty niche as it is, and they thought, oh, it's not going to sell well because the first game didn't sell well, right? You know, I actually do own the original DS Investigations game. I think I got it for like $10 at like Best Buy or something like that, but yeah. But yeah, I don't know anything about Investigations, so this is probably the Ace Attorney game I know the absolute least about, so this is going to be interesting for me. But I hear there is some gameplay stuff that is original to Investigations compared to the mainline games, so I guess I'll see how this goes. Do we know if do we know if Shu Takumi actually worked on this, or what, or did he already like stop working on the Ace Attorney games by the time this came out? Well, regardless, let's get started. Everything old is new. Episode 1, Turnabout Visitor. March 14th, 1:16 a.m. Where the hell am I? To make sure the defendant is found guilty, What other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. But that may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. Is that Von Karma? No matter what the cost. Oh, dang! Okay, I guess this really is an Ace Attorney game because they're just going to show you who the murderer is right off the bat. I don't know who you are, but your forehead is massive. I'm a prodigy amongst prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. The name's Rock. Always have been, always will be. March 14th, 2:05 a.m. Prosecutors Building, the 12th floor hallway. Hey, Gaddy, I started a game and someone's already dead. Yay! The people who worked on this went on to make the 3DS games. All right. You kind of hate it when they give away the first killer? No, I think, you know, it's actually really interesting you talk about that, Lundea. I actually watched a video recently talking about Ace Attorney and how freaking brilliant it is that they actually revealed the killer. Because from a gameplay perspective, it's actually to ease the player into the game. Because it's like, oh, you know who the guilty party is, you just have to figure out how to do it. So they make the mystery a bit easier for the first case if this is your first Ace Attorney game. I thought, and I was like, oh my god, I never thought about that before, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Take note of the date here and compare with the other cases in this game, by the way. You're going to have to remind me about that, Burmside. My memory is not as sharp as it used to be. Ooh, HD sprites! It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. Man, it's been a while since I did Miles Edgeworth's voice. Kinda love it. The door's unlocked. Man, I miss doing the Ace Attorney voices. They're so fun. Honestly, the Ace Attorney games are probably my favorite games to stream, just because you get to do fun voices in them. Detective Gumshoe? What's this smell? It's very familiar. Blood! Ooh, that grimace. What the? What's the meaning of this? Edgeworth, are you about to be framed again? Freeze! Also, can I just say, it's wild to me that, like, police officers in this world use freaking revolvers rather than, you know, semi-automatic handguns. Identify yourself. Shut up. You've got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Oh, jeez. Is that a threat? Okay, I know we are currently being threatened by a lone gunman, but hang on, I want to take a look around the office here. One, I see he has his cravat and his dress outfit. Like, I don't know, it feels like I've seen this dress outfit before. I'm seeing the Steel Samurai. Oh shoot, what was the trophy again? Oh man, I know I've seen this trophy before. Where was it? Was it like the award that Edgeworth had from like the first game, or am I thinking of the second game? God, I don't remember anything about the second game. Konga Prosecrot 1-5. It was 1-5. God, how did I forget? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. Wow, he actually backed out. Edgeworth freaking scared away the freaking murderer. Jeez. Also, the outfit was from the flashback case in Trials and Tribulations. That's why I recognized it. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home, after a month abroad... Wait, hang on, month abroad. When did Edgeworth disappear for a month? Was that during Justice for All? I think that was during Justice for All, right? I would be thrust into a multitude of cases, and some very frantic and busy days. March 14th, 2:56 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I mean King of Prosecutors and Omega Diamond. I was like, persecutors. I love it. I finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well, please continue your investigation. Can I just say, I like how even when he's not behind a prosecuting stand, he still moves like he's behind a prosecuting stand. Ace Attorney Investigations takes place shortly after the end of Trials and Tribulations. Okay, okay. Yes, sir! I wonder if Emma's gonna show up in this game. She is our forensics officer. Oh, hey, Gumshoe! Oh man, how did I do Gumshoe's voice again? I'm trying to remember. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay, sir? Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard that a murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Detective Gumshoe. He is a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. What's this R button? Oh, the R button! Oh, so the R button is my case file. Okay. Man, my prosecutor badge is so much more extravagant compared to the sunflower attorney badge that Phoenix and the others have. Proof of my profession. However, I prefer to keep it in my pocket. Who the hell are you? The victim in this case. Why was he killed in my office? Dick Gumshoe, homicide detective at the local precinct, in charge of the initial investigation. Guys, I hate the fact that I'm older than Gumshoe now. If you recall correctly, he goes from 3-5, then like a month, then Phoenix loses his badge in the investigation games. Okay. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. However... Ah! Look what they did to your office! It's totally trashed! I'll say, the culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud in my office. Whoa! Sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing. This crime was committed in my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it. Oh, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. And I just say I actually kind of find this interesting. We're not actually starting at the trial. We're actually starting during the investigation phase. Yeah, I guess this is what it's like being a prosecutor, I guess. Not really. These games take a bit play for Nick loses his badge. Yeah, that's what Brimside mentioned earlier. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? The crime scene! My office! Is it really coincidence that the murder party took place in my office? I get the nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind.
Thank you!
Murder.
Why is it not murder? Hey Flogger, how's it going? Thanks for 66 months. Have you executed the order yet?
It's too late for apologies!
Oh, snap! A damsel has arrived to your stream in distress. Oh man, well, it's a good thing you came in here because we are a prosecutor. We will prosecute anyone who's coming after you. Hi, Oblivious Damsel, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. The name's No Limit. I'm an adventurer am I a VTuber? A PNG tuber who plays through games that they never played through before. Currently going through Ace Attorney Investigations. Literally just got started. Can we get a shout for Oblivious Damsel? Screw it. Oh, you know what? I think Dirt Dog's actually currently out at the moment. I'll do it instead. Oh, you were playing Xenoblade Chronicles Cross! Nice! How was it? How far are you? Hope you're enjoying it. Haven't played it myself quite yet, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. I probably should get around to do it eventually. Playing Xenoblade Chronicles Cross, and you did Chapter 13 Part 2 today. Nice! I hope you had fun with that. Or rather, I hope you enjoyed the emotions that were Chapter 13. But yeah, thank you so much again. How about I give you guys all a proper greeting to my streams, though? Oh, no! Wait, hang on! This isn't right. Good evening and welcome! I'm No Limit, and I'll be streaming for you today. What can I get for you? A drink? Some emotes? Or a little memes? 3, 2, 1, fire! Limit, 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 go, go! Love it, limit, or a little memes. Thank you again for the raid. Really do appreciate it. And I see you're also a fan of Bernice. But yeah, if you gotta take care of any post-stream stuff like get food, get water, or go get some rest, whatever you need to do, thank you again for the raid. For anybody else who wants to stick around, yeah, I'm literally just getting started with Ace Attorney Investigations. I'm surprised you've never seen that before, Flogger. I could have sworn I've shown it to you before. At the very least, it was in the mod channel of my server. I get the nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really, especially because of this. The key to your office? The office key. For security reasons, this office's door has a lock built into it. I mean, what office door doesn't have a lock built into it? What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use Why is logic capitalized? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Logic? What is that? I'm big dumb caveman detective man. I can't use logic. By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. What? Why do I feel like I'm playing a preschool game right now, guys? That is the end result of using logic. So how do you So how do you use logic? Nobody in the Ace Attorney universe knows how to use logic except Edgeworth. You see, I'm at the beginning of this. Yeah, I'm literally at the very start. I've actually avoided Reese's playthrough of this mostly because I do play through games blind, so it's best to avoid spoilers wherever I can. First, I recall the information we've gathered with L, and then I connect them together with Z. Now to use L and recall the facts. Fun fact, Phoenix is confirmed to know how to use logic. He brings it up as a throwaway line in a game. That's hilarious. Well, let's think carefully now. What does the crime scene and my office key have in common? Oh, I see that this brought back the health meter. Okay. I had time to even know what this raster was coming out, so I was like, why not watch it? Yeah, that's entirely fair. To be fair, like, I don't think many people were expecting us to get Investigations 2 when it was a game that we thought we would never get because of how many texts they would have to translate. But lo and behold, it finally happened, and now we have official names for the Investigations 2 cast. Doing things my way. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks. That and Ace Attorney Investigations 2 was very late into DS Life. When did it come out? Did it come before or after Pokemon Black and White 2? I know Black and White was like at the end of the DS Life cycle, and I know that Black and White 2 was during the 3DS era. 2011? Oh my god! That was like a year before the Wii U came out. Good lord. Which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir! There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? The killer's goal. Why did this happen in my office? What was the killer after? Officially, this is why we never got it. It was just way too late in the lifespan. Yeah, because I think during that time period was when, like, localization was a lot slower. Because, like, games, like, with as much text as these games usually come out, like, a year later. But nowadays, like, a lot of Japanese and other foreign companies are doing a lot better job of trying to get, like, localization, like, day one. So, like, a simultaneous worldwide release. You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth remains. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow, just like the spice. Yo, Trey, how's it going? Yeah, doing Ace Attorney. Never played this before. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir! Begin investigation! The basis of any good investigation to examine everything, sir. I know that. And when I want to examine something, I simply use AH when I'm next to it. Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just use Z, okay? I'll give you a great precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Can you imagine if there was actually an Ace Investigator game starring Gumshoe? Why do I now want a Gumshoe spin-off starring him? Translation, Edgy thinks too hard and game over. Well, considering my previous playthroughs of Ace Attorney, yeah, I tend to overthink things. This was originally going to be an Edma game? No! I wish it was an Edma game. I love Edma. There's a reason why I made an emote of her. I'll give you great precise advice as an investigator, Ace Investigator, sir. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. Well, yeah, I guess that counts. Okay, you know what's really weird to me? Why the hell can I control this? Oh my god. I don't know why, but Edgeworth just running around like this is really funny to me. Gumshoe, stop chasing me! I do not appreciate! Keep it away from me! I've already get enough gay panic around that right, fellow. I don't need any more from you, thank you. Ouch, they even knocked over your chess set. I had it all set up ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you were interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, I suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. Though I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. Okay, I get it. Lythero has a lot of Ace Attorney emotes, Trey. Thank you. They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Let's see here. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. Abdominable? Abdominable. Abdominable. Blah, 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 blah. It looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yup, and until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please, have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Chad, remind me, was the morgue inside of the prosecutor's, building, or was it in the police, precinct? I always forget. It's been a while since we actually been to the police precinct. Wasn't it at the end, in 1-5 that we actually went there? Trying to read a word in your head and read it out loud? Listen, brain does not equal the same as your mouth. Your mouth will not function the way you want it to work. The 1-5 case? Yeah. Rise from the Ashes, I think it was called. Crime scene notes. Bullet went clean through the victim's abdomen. The body was found around 2:05 a.m. Are you going to be okay with keeping track of the evidence we found, sir? You know, if this was a normal Ace Attorney game starring Phoenix, Gumshoe would probably be assuming, "Aw, man, you were found at the scene of the crime! You were clearly the murderer! Case closed! Throwing the book at you!" And then he just, chucks his badge at Phoenix's skull and knocks him out. Of course, this is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Alright, if you say so. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have to but press R to open my organizer. I think he only went to the Edgeworth's office in the prosecutor's parking lot at the prosecutor building. I think you're right. I don't remember where the morgue was located. I remember we've been to a morgue before, right? At least I'm pretty sure we were. But the organizer isn't only for evidence. I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. Still don't know who this is. Alright, what's up with this? What do we have here? Hey, I think I've seen one of these before. It's a police badge detective. Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinky-dink. Let's take a look inside. Buddy Faith. Man, I can't read that name without thinking about Buddy Jesus from Dogma. Has anybody seen Dogma before? It's a Kevin Smith movie. It's from the 90s. Why do I feel like this number is going to be relevant later in some fashion? Mr. Buddy Faith. It would appear that our victim was a detective just like you. Victim was a detective. Can I just say I appreciate the check mark letting me know which things I've already checked? Your files are all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. My files are a mess, pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. Aw, and he tried so hard to keep this place spotless while oh, wait a minute. And I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all that time and effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I watered the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a special weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I come in and clean this place until it's sparkled. Does he have a life? Man, listen, Gumshoe just wants to prove to you that he's a good guy. He cares about you. He put his life on the line to prove you that you're innocent. I don't believe it. I packed those files on these shelves so tight that not even an earthquake could make them fall off. But just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all. A problem, to be sure. Man, New York got an earthquake last year and it freaked me the hell out. Like, it actually jolted me out of my sleep when it happened. It was actually scary because I thought I was going to knock more stuff over, but wasn't too seismic, all things considered. You wish you had that gumption of cleaning? See, you know what I do? I just keep myself clean at all times. So it's like, okay, I'll just like make sure nothing gets dirty, put everything back where I found it, and just as long as I do it like that, I never have to clean my room. A problem, to be sure. Well, once the investigation is over, we'll put them back on the shelf. How often do you think that Edgeworth actually hangs out with Gumshoe? Do you think, like, I don't think they actually, wait a second. Why am I, there is some very blatantly written words here that says gum. Why can I not examine that? Game, what do you mean I can't examine that? It's blatantly there. Okay, I guess we're not going to be able to examine freaking Gumshoe's name written in blood. It's fine. I don't need to check that. Watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir.
That killer is going to pay. This tea set.
Yikes, you're really mad over this.
This tea set is very dear to my heart and can only be bought in England. It costs more than your whole month's paycheck.
What? Now I feel like the killer's wasting one of my monthly paychecks. Why is Edgeworth like charging Gumshoe? He didn't even do anything to the tea. Has one of these names been real ever? No. I mean, they wrote numbers one time, but they thought it was a name. Does that count? Given the series track record, you'd think they would have written Maya. It doesn't count because Maya's in a foreign country now. It wouldn't work. She has, like, immunity or something. Oh, it's your trophy, the, Knight of Prosecutors, right?
King of prosecutors, and it's not a trophy, it's a shield.
They only give this to the winning prosecutor, right?
Yes, but I have no real interest in the perceived worth of other people. As for my own worth, that is something only I can determine for myself.
That's so slick, sir! I'm gonna try saying that sometime. I don't care what other people think. Right, chat? I'm amazing, aren't I? This is a month before Phoenix lost his badge. Maya is still around. Okay. I thought she would have went back to Crane by this point. Let's say, hey, Nameless. And Chaos Olympus. Also, thank you for the voice acting credit. I try my best to do my best voices for the Ace Attorney streams.
Unfortunately for him, his monetary worth is tied directly to his worth to me.
So what'd you miss? Edgeworth went into his office. A dude murdered another dude in his office, and he's like,
God frickin' damn it.
that's pretty much it.
Well, it's a good thing my steel samurai doll was spared any harm.
Wow! You actually call it a doll? Edgeworth would seem like the kind of guy to be like,
Oh, I mean an action figure.
speaking of which, I still haven't actually sat down and watched any of that show. What's it about again?
Well, I don't know much about it myself, but the hero, the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is the Steel Samurai. And his goal is to defeat the evil magistrate. It's a show geared towards kids. However, its high production values and riveting plot draws in a number of adults as well.
Me, whenever I try to explain Super Sentai to people. No worries, damsel. You go enjoy.
Spin-offs like Pink Princess Warrior of Little Old Tokyo and the Nickel Samurai. Along with the deluge of merchandise and even a new stage show give its presence.
You sure know a lot. Are you sure you're not some sort of rabid fanboy?
No, of course not. Anyone that keeps up with society knows at least this much. And that conversation lasted longer than I expected. Let's return to the investigation.
Me trying to convert people into Ultraman? Yo, Samuel Tooth. How you doing? Feel free to lurk away. We have a lurk command for a reason. You trying to convert people to Ultraman? You know, funny thing, I've never seen anything Ultraman related. I'm still just trying to get into Common Writer at that. Huh. Did I always have a safe behind that?
It's been a while since I sat at this desk. Oh, how I've missed you. It's so tidy that it looks newer than when I first bought it.
Oh yeah, that thing's so polished that it makes mirrors jealous.
Don't tell me I had no other work the entire time I was away, detective.
My job is to protect your office, sir. In fact, there was a whole murder going around involving, like, Spirit Maidens and, like, Misty May, but I was too busy polishing your desk to do anything about it. Rabbit fanboy, Edgeworth was betrayed by his father figure, and I think that dealt more emotional damage than anything Von Carver did. So true.
And you did such a good job protecting it that a murder occurred in it.
That's harsh, sir. Aw, look at him. So sad and depressed.
I have to admit, the desk has never looked better, so I guess I can't dock his pay. Sound like I already did, anyway. What have we here? Could this perhaps be a murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here.
I think I've seen one of these before.
Gumshoe, I would hope you have seen a gun before as a police officer. Care to enlighten me as to where?
Well, inside my gum holster, sir. Oh, I know. I was issued the exact same model. I think.
Detective.
I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. Aw, Country's such a sweetie pie. He knows gun safety. Hey, kid. Wait, hang on. What am I talking about? You're right. He tried to show off a freaking gun to a kid once. I forgot about that. Hey, kid, you want to feel better? Here's a gun. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it.
When do you actually use?
I don't use it in emergencies! Hands it to a child.
So it's the exact type of revolver as the ones used by this precinct's detectives.
The timeline where Gordon handed young Bruce Wayne a Desert Eagle. And then that just happened to be the time Joe Chill was walking by the window.
I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now, to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other.
I mean, I could. But I also have some other stuff to investigate.
Do you have anything to report?
Yes, sir! Sir, yes, sir! Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir! And yet there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes! Talk about a contradiction. Objection?
Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. I hope we can solve this case quickly. I'd like to return to relaxing on this sofa.
I hope to finish this stream quickly so I can return to relaxing on my bed. aka sleep. Because I'm old, tired, sleepy. Oh, my back. Oh, my back. That thing looks a billion times softer than my mattress at home. Can I sit on it too? Just for a little while, sir?
Detective Gumshoe, you know I can't allow that. Until this case is solved, neither of us have time to spare, let alone rest. Plus, your fat behind probably would cover up any evidence that's on the sofa that we can investigate. Unfortunately, the same would apply to my plush booty.
You're right, sir. I'm gonna work hard and be a real trooper to the end.
Even once this case is over, I don't think he can afford to take any time off.
Man, I hate how much I get reminded how little money Gumshoe actually has, because it keeps reminding me how little money I have. Speaking of which, everyone, sub goal is reset this month. It is a new month after all. Okay, what do we got here?
How's it coming along?
Please, I need absolute silence. Fingerprint lifting is a delicate art.
Well, I never.
Edgeworth, why are you being such a fancy pants around guy who's doing his job? You would think that you want him to do an effective job, or are you going to be all like, well, you see, the autopsy report has been updated yet again. You like that another Phoenix Wright spinoff with Emma and Gumshoe as the main characters start with the felony and start with serial case that can chain the felony? Honestly, I would love to do a spinoff with Emma and Gumshoe. That'd be super fun. So I'm guessing we're not going to investigate the freaking safe behind the wall at all, are we? Just like how we're not going to investigate the fact that Gumshoe's name is literally written in blood down there, but hey, what do I know? You called, sir?
Notice anything? Is there anything you noticed that you'd like to share, Detective Gumshoe?
Just I rushed over here as soon as I heard there was a murder in your office, sir. The investigation's just gotten started, so I guess there's not much else to say. So, were you the one that found the body, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately, upon my return, I found my office door to be unlocked.
So, we do have a lawyer in my chat right now. Broomsai, can you confirm whether or not a prosecutor is allowed to prosecute over a case that he found the dead body of? I'm gonna assume no! He'd be a witness, so no. That's what I thought.
And what awaited me inside was this whole messy affair.
Ouch, that's rough.
Even though I left the security of this room to a certain detective.
Sorry, sir. So how about the investigating?
I assume you understand how to conduct investigations, Detective Gumshoe.
Of course, sir. Examine anything and then everything with By checking various things out, we can gather all sorts of evidence and information. You can see the evidence we collected with For information
and leads, it's L. For logic.
That's right, great job, sir. Deductive reasonable is the way to go. Deductive reasonable?
It's called deductive reasoning.
I was about to say.
Clearly something you lack.
The info I gathered.
I seem to have picked up a few good leads.
Oh, so you're now gonna do that thing you do with all that information, right?
What are you babbling about?
That Brady thing you were talking about just a few minutes ago, sir. Logic? Who needs logic, am I right? I mean, Gumshoe lives a pretty good life for himself. Honestly, you're shocked this series has not had a character prosecute their own trial. While they've definitely had Phoenix defend himself in his own trial. Does that count? You said that you can look at all your facts, leads, and info by pressing L. Then you pick up the ones that seem related with A and connect them with Z. That's your way of investigating, right, sir?
Yes, which is why this exercise in explaining my own method to me was unnecessary.
Okay, then how about I explain my logic to you next? Oh, this ought to be good. I mean, prosecuting themselves? Okay, that would be hilarious. You do have the right to self-defense? Yeah, but no one ever recommends it. Like, there's like a YouTube series I not follow, but I've been watching recently that was putting out shorts that got recommended to me. Like, it was basically a guy talking about interesting law facts and stuff like that. Apparently, it's better to represent yourself if you're in like a small claims court, which kind of makes sense. Probably because like, you don't really need a lawyer for small claims. As the old saying goes, he who represents himself has a fool for a client. Yep.
That is even more unnecessary.
All right, time to logic. Let's see here. Well, we can't exactly figure out a goal. Signs of a struggle. The victim was a detective. So this revolver is... Well, they clearly connect because, you know, he is a detective and we found a revolver. So clearly the revolver belonged to the detective victim.
The revolver, the standard model used by detectives, could have belonged to our recently departed.
Guys, I logicked out a solution. I'm so smart.
Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time?
Yes, sir. On it now, sir. Let me just get my fingerprints all over his body. You know, get my fingers all up in his blood to make sure. Excuse me, pal. Let's see what we got here.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, this guy's wearing a gun holster!
They so heavily simplified the puzzle pieces for the logic menu compared to DS, it's so funny. I mean, visually to be clear. Really? How was it different from DS?
So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him.
Victim's revolver. It can be assumed that this gun is the murder weapon. It was issued to the victim.
Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. Man, I'm already not looking forward to this playthrough.
Doing Edgeworth's voice the entire time is going to be a little exhausting, guys. As I always say, you gotta look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Me, whenever I take an off angle in Marvel Rivals. Anyway, use L and to zoom in and out to get at the nitty gritty.
To think that it's so easy to take a knife with just the pull of a trigger.
You know, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Kids, though, they love this stuff. That's why we have Nerf guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use at track and field meets to start races. Actually, you know, I never actually bothered checking this before, but what ammunition do they use for track and field guns? Also, thanks for a reminder, Dirt Dog. Bachan, water please, thank you. Never mind, you're misremembering. They don't look like puzzle pieces at all on DS? Huh. Blanksy things, so they're suitable to shoot Clark Kent. Aren't blanks still really dangerous? Also, hey Clockwork Pretzels, how you doing? Feel free to lurk away. Lurk command exists. You know, maybe I should get some lurk emotes for myself if people want to, like, subscribe and, like, use the lurk command. I don't know. Just a random thought on my part. Well, not the command, but the emote, rather. If you take off before it's fired, everybody always ends up following your lead.
to chase you down for a false start, detective.
Now that you mention it, even when I finish first, I always wind up in last place. Why can I not examine the freaking horsey? I want to examine the horsey.
It looks like only one round was fired from this.
Wow, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wrestling the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh? Mr. Edgeworth.
We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. I guess this is all we're going to find out. We should send the body to
Jim! Oh, hey. I wonder who that is. This is a pretty good game, but you were surprised to learn a lot of people were kind of down on it. To be fair, the sequel's an improvement. Yeah, I heard a lot of people didn't really like this when this first came out. I'm not sure. I mean, I'll see for myself eventually, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, what kind of voice should I give this guy? He looks like he wears like a medal over himself, so he's kind of like an Olympic kind of guy, I assume. What if I just made him a surfer bro? An innocent bystander. Yes, clearly an innocent bystander. Mm-hmm. Give him a jock voice? Why, oh why? How could this have happened to a guy like you?
Are you alright?
Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be!
Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body.
The body! The body! Don't talk about him like he's just some lump of flesh! Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night. Sure, just in a bloodstained suit, pal. Where are my manners? Wow, you got over that really quick, didn't you?
Aren't you that prosecutor?
Why, yes I am. Jock Portsman? Jock Portsman. Oh, Jock! Jock! Okay, I got it. Jock Sportsman, like sportsman. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I get it, don't worry. It took me a moment, but I figured it out. Prosecutor! Jim here was my partner in crime, bustin'. Crime bustin'.
I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Why do all the prosecutors like wearing pink?
Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office?
Yes, that is correct.
Then it was you! You're the one who killed Jim! Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutors' office doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. Actually, now that I think about it, do we ever see Emma's sister ever again? She's only shows up in the first game, right? Well, quote unquote the first game, you know what I mean.
That is correct, however, I was not the one who killed your partner.
Lana is just gone. Does anybody ever talk about Lana? Wasn't she like, you know, the head prosecutor or whatever? I know like Edgeworth becomes that in like the 3DS games, but still. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. God, this really is a Maya situation, isn't it? You want an actual answer? I mean, I'm pretty sure Lana never shows up again. The only returning characters from 1.5 are the ones you met in 4.4. Dang. So it was like Meekins and... Wait, it was Meekins. That is how you say his name, right? Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. So is you then! You're Jim's killer! No way, pal! You got it all wrong!
Everyone calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions?
Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Why do I feel like he's trying to plant something on us?
A pleasure to work with you.
I also don't like how he's giving us the grabby, gropey hands. You guys are conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on then. It's your room after all.
Thank you, I intend to.
I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there! Sir! I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. I'll miss him. He loved his puppets so much. I really like the bear one that told bad puns.
I should probably give them some space.
Played up to Apollo Justice in late on stream and 3DS games in private, minus the... Yeah, I did not do the DLC cases for both of those games. So, basically everything except for Great Ace Attorney and this. Buddy Faith was 29 years old. A detective in this precinct and the victim. Why was he killed in my office? Oh. So Jock, Portsman, and Buddy Faith are both 29. Okay. I'm sure. Oh my god. He's called Buddy because he was buddies with Jock. I get it. Not sure why he's named Faith, though. Also, hey, Private Butter. How's it going? We literally just got started. Ah, your jacket, sir! What's it doing on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. What? Wait a second. Why did I not realize this? The bullet? He fired 2 shots. But there's only 1 round missing from the gun. Okay, that's weird. Because he trusted his buddy. You know what? You're right. Ace Attorney? What's so ace about him? Given how he looks at the defense, nothing. No. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? They dare to shoot the ultra special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster.
It's not worth getting worked over, detective. Not when there's something more here. Huh? Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, detective. There's a giant contradiction right here in front of us.
Wow, Edgeworth is as smart as I am, guys. Or am I as smart as Edgeworth? You decide.
Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of fangirls wish he was rubbing off on you.
I'm starting to sound like him. But I have my own methods, and I will conduct this investigation my way. With less objections. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find a spot that holds the contradiction. This is it. This bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor at it and press Z with conviction. And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things.
I mean, this is just stuff that Phoenix does in general. We're not that special. Wait. What? Is Eureka the objection of this game? Do I need a Eureka count? I really hope we don't.
This bullet hole is a contradiction. What do you mean, sir?
No, Eureka is the Eureka of this game. So don't bother then. Got it. No, he just Eureka's castle. Fair. Or maybe he just likes Eureka 7.
It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim. And the second felled this frame.
Hey, that's right!
However, this gun was only fired once.
Hey, that's true too.
Which means that one of these two bullets were fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight?
Other than the victim's gun that I found, could there have been another gun in play here? Eureka is more like gotcha, in your opinion? Fair enough.
By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes?
What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame?
Oh, that. It's a secret safe.
A secret safe? Oh, I smell money. Gumshoe? What? Gumshoe, why do you seem like the type of guy who would not rob Edgeworth?
I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside.
Maybe his secret collection of Steel Samurai trading cards are in there.
Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way.
Roger that! Man, I'm so sad. I have like emotes for Ace Attorney characters, but I don't think either of them show up in this game.
Talk about dusty! I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while.
I mean, given how Edgy has stashed his house slash his salary, I wouldn't blame him. I had no idea there was a safe here, or I have kept it clean for you, sir. So, when did you put this in?
It wasn't something I'd installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one.
Really? I had no idea.
Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence.
So, what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth?
Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session.
That's it! Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. Man. Each prosecutor has one in their office, only they know of them, trial evidence use. See, the real question is the password different between each safe? I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Now this is odd. You found something, sir? This keypad. Don't you find it a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, the forensic scientist. Yes, sir? Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir! I couldn't find, let alone lift a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. All the fingerprints on this have been wiped clean off. Each prosecutor has one in their office, only they would know prints were wiped. That's what I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with the information we have. Why don't we open it? Already finished examining this area, but it never hurts to look again. I mean, why don't we just open it? I never knew there was a safe back here. Well, if detectives knew of them, then they wouldn't be secret now, would they? Are there any other secret hidden things in this room? Even if there were, it would defeat the purpose of them being hidden if I told you. So don't bother looking for them. So there's no, like, hidden camera around, right? Man, can you imagine if there's a hidden camera in Edgeworth's room and he decides to check it out one day and he just finds that, like, Gumshoe is eating his lunch on top of his desk and dropping mayonnaise all over? And what if there was? No, it was nothing. Forget I said anything. Do I even want to ask what he's been doing in my office while I've been away? It is kind of interesting that they decided to have, like, Gumshoe basically be our Maya for this game. Man, I do hate that you have to basically rub right against something if you want to examine something. What's this? Yet another batch of fresh flowers. The ones that come with a card attached every month like clockwork for you. Yep. Speaking of that, let's see what's on the card this month, sir. All will be resolved. Oh. Hi, Wendy. All will be resolved, Wendy. Oh, Miss Irony, how painful are thy thorns. Wendy, isn't that the name of that old lady with the whiny voice that stalked? That's enough, detective. You need not remind me further. You were Googling characters' original fan localization names, then you remember the game did get localized. Yeah, this game got localized. It was the next game that didn't get localized. Mr. Portsman, a word if I may. Jim, I swear I'll find your killer and bring them to justice. You wait and see. It'll be for the both of us. Now then, you want to talk to me about something? No, that's all right. I feel like I'm interrupting their conversation. How's it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. This picture is too important to mess up. I'll leave this man to his art. Next game got a fan translation, which was the only way of playing in English until the collection came out. Yep. Which is why everyone was so surprised when it happened. And I know so many fans were like, oh man, now I have to forget all the fan names and go and remember the new names. Well, there's no way to actually leave right now. There's nothing I can talk about right now. What if the killer's goal was involved the wiped fingerprints? Well, that worked. You still taking that picture? I don't know. Sometimes it takes a while to get a good picture. I should know. I spent way too long trying to get good pictures in Zenless. Mostly because I'm like, gotta get the cutest picture of the ladies. Turn him over. Do you get his good side? Now do pouty lips. He played the fan translation of Great Ace Attorney 1 and then the official version 2, so he was so confused. Oh no! It's because all the name changes, I'm sure. I believe I have figured out what the murderer was after. Well, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime. I'm assuming that, like, the signs of struggle is them actually looking for the thing. There's a possibility that the files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh, you mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. I'm starting to wonder if there's even a trial in this game at this rate. Yes, sir. I'm gonna shelve files like you've never seen before, even at a library. Sure, let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones always die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Edgeworth literally thinking about it for the first time in his life. And in his mind, he is thinking, I genuinely don't care. Yeah, in the original, the thoughts were like logic orbs, but in this version, they're puzzle pieces, which is really cool. I kind of like that. I kind of like the puzzle pieces more, frankly. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. That's very thoughtful considering what happened at the DL6 case. And what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it. Here, let me help. So this file goes here, and that book goes there. You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal. Okay, done. It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here. The bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh! I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position. Hence the prints on the shelf. And then the guy fell on the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. Yeah, but you know I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. The victim's handprints.
He must have tried to support himself with his hands here before being shot. There are prints on the floor too. Those must have been made when unable to stay standing. He dropped to the floor. I put them all back just as they should be, sir. Doesn't look like anything's missing. Although it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. I wonder if they found what they were looking for. Why'd you become a detective? To be a badass cool guy who holds up guns to look cool? Or maybe he wanted to be a Power Ranger. I put them all back just as they should be, sir. It doesn't look like anything's missing. So this is where that bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? Huh. A little low, don't you think? For the bullet to be lodged so squarely in a file spine indicates the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred. I guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way. Weird. It appears the victim was in a sitting position here after being shot. Oh, so that's why the seat of the victim's pants has blood on it. That would be the logical conclusion. The killer moved the body because it was leaning against the bookshelf. The blood on this guy's pants proves that pretty well. Listen, maybe he just had Chipotle. Y'all seen that South Park episode, right? In a sense, I suppose. See, I'm not completely useless, Mr. Edgeworth. This spot somehow connected to any of the evidence. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? I want to say, yeah, this is very weird. There's clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole. What do you mean, sir? Don't you see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole would be much higher up. I mean, to be fair, it could be angled downward. Maybe he was holding the gun gangster style and he was like pointing it like sideways and aiming downwards. That'd be really freaking stupid. Well, what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir? That would be illogical. The victim leaned against this shelf here after being shot, which suggests that he was standing when he was shot. That means... Wait, what does that mean, sir? It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What is the faulty assumption that caused this problem that the bullet hole's position? Huh. The order of the files is accurate. I don't think that's the issue. Unless the body was already on the ground. See, this is the part where I'm having thoughts about it because, like, my initial thought is the position of the body would indicate that he was on the ground when he was shot and then he got up afterwards. But that doesn't make sense. The position of the handprints
The handprint positioning is fine. I don't think that's the issue. Maybe it was the position of the body, like I said. Maybe he was shot on the ground and then he got up and then fell down again? If the victim was shot while he was lying down... Wait, didn't you just say that line of reasoning is illogical? I mean... Here's the thing though, like... You said the victim leaned against the shelf here after being shot. I was trying to be nice and explain my complex logic in an easier way for you, detective. Oh, really? Thanks for thinking of me, sir. Good, I don't think he knows my mistake. Oh my god. So I get penalized by my own ego. Oh my god. You know, it's not even a penalty meter. It's an ego meter. I ruined my own ego. I guess it's the order of the files then. I believe the order of the files is a bit off. You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on the files are wrong, sir. Oh? Yeah, you see here how the files that were shot begin the number 0? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. But the numbers are all out of order. Those white binders are special, so they're arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha, so that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. Do you think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it was removed? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. Jesus Christ, Edgeworth! Why would you do that? I think we can safely assume if he was standing up, his stomach would be around this area based on the handprints, dude. Jeez! Edgeworth, do not use a man's dead body as a plaything. Like I said, thinking too hard and game over. You know what? You're right. I am overthinking it. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly, and then proceeded to shoot the victim. But why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time? Edgeworth has no respect for dead bodies, thus the ever-present second autopsy report meme. You don't re-autopsy a body. I mean, you could re-autopsy the body if there was something that you didn't consider checking out. Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown in disarray twice, once before and once after the crime. But why? The culprit rearranged my files twice, once before and once after the murder. Why? Now, the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. These handprints belong to the victim, right? They make sense with the body position. Yes, he must have left them when he was trying to support himself after he was shot. However, the final position of the body shows that it was moved. I need to go over this crime scene with a fine-tooth comb once more time. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. And we gotta figure out that the killer went through your bookshelf twice.
Indeed, there are many things the killer did that don't make sense. But to figure out the whys, we need more information. There must be some reason as to why the victim's body was moved. But there's no time to ponder that now. Let us continue with our investigation, detective.
Roger that, sir. I'm raring to go.
Well, here's the obvious thing that I noted earlier. FGH. This!
What is that? Why does it say gumshoe on there in blood?
Okay, am I crazy? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Okay, so that's an H, not an S, right? That is most definitely an H, right? I thought that was an S at first. I was losing my mind for a moment there.
I'd say that's pretty incriminating evidence.
Yes, indicative of criminal activity, indeed.
No, wait, there's gotta be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Help me, say something, sir!
It appears that one of my files was stolen.
Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation?
Is this what the killer was really after? Stolen file. One of the files that were written upon in blood was stolen by the culprit.
Investigation complete! Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you, it wasn't me! You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party.
If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up.
Edgeworth actually does care about Gumshoe. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say?
If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning.
You got it!
I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you going to do?
What I always do in court, I'm going to cross-examine him.
He just double-checked and all 5 arranged tracks are in Ace Attorney Investigations 2 exclusively. Huh.
One way or another, I'll expose the flaws in his logic with this technique. Maybe today or maybe next week.
Oh, how do you plan to do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? Might as well. It might be a little different from the mainline games now that I think about it.
Alright, first I listen to the witness's testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open my organizer with and present a piece of contradictory evidence.
Gumshoe's been in enough trials to know how this works? Nah. He doesn't pay attention to that. He just knows that the lawyer man be like saying the funny words. And he's like, haha, I like your funny words, lawyer man.
To present something, I simply press Z, but that's old news.
But it's not like there's going to be a flaw in their testimony every time, right?
Correct, and at those times I need to press the witness with L. Sometimes by pressing, I can draw out new information and new or modified testimony.
Is there actually no trial in this game? I think I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique out during investigations, too.
Very well, I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully.
By the way, yes, that's a rhetorical question. Mr. Portsman Logic. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like he had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. Well, I already see the contradiction in there. Edgeworth's life is a trial. That's depressing. And accurate.
You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer.
I can hear Jim's voice and he's calling for his killer's arrest.
Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence.
Rebuttal. With my butt. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead.
Hold it!
You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask.
This cross-examination music is kind of, eh. It kind of reminds me of the People's Court theme, honestly. What is it?
Why do you call the victim Jim, when clearly his name is Buddy Faith?
Isn't it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion. Jock and Jim. Don't those two names go together like peanut butter and jelly? It's a joke because Jim is supposed to be a pun on Jim, G-Y-M. The reimagined art is nice, but seeing these original sprites on the original DS was awesome. Really expressive and great pixel work. You know, funny thing about that. Oh, I can't change it here? Okay, never mind. I can't change it here, but you can swap back to pixel art if you want. These confrontation sprites were pretty one-to-one with the DS, while the exploration sprites were completely redone. That's cool. But Jim is even closer to the guy's real name. Well, Jock and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys they decided to nickname Jim. Why do you hate remembering people's names?
He talks about the victim like he was his pet.
Further, he messed up the files to make it look like he had committed theft instead.
Hold it!
Do you really think it was necessary to dishevel my shelves? Dishevel my shelves.
My God, that's a tongue twister. Dishevel shelves, dishevel my shelves, dishevel my shelves.
Twice to do that.
That's true. Okay, then maybe his real intent was theft. Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth? It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle.
Oh, please.
Gumshoe loves his ice cube soup. The original sprites available in the collection aren't even the originals. They're poorly upscaled sprites for mobile. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, I'm good. Hell I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal. Okay, so all 3 of them have to be instant noodles, but man, poor Gumshoe. So Gumshoe can't afford to switch to. Neither can I. Now who can help support me in my Switch 2 fun by subscribing today? Poor thing. What an evil prosecutor. What an evil prosecutor you were paired up with. And what a motive, no? Does Gumshoe even have a salary at this point? Good. I'm pretty sure Gumshoe has lost so much salary that he has to pay Edgeworth to work. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf.
And why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing?
Because the body was getting in his way. You had to mess up your bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding.
Why do you think that the killer didn't notice the bloody letters?
The body was covering it quite well, wouldn't you say? That's how he missed it. But judging by what I've seen, it doesn't take much for your detective to miss something. Who do you think you are? You know nothing about me, pal! There's a lot a person can understand about another from first impressions alone.
I can't say I disagree with him on that point.
Why won't you say something, sir? Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth!
Despite his lack of attention to detail, I don't believe the detective to be the culprit. Nobody could have overlooked the bloody letters, and I can prove it with evidence.
I couldn't ask for a better setup. For the game-finishing spike! You cannot with Portsman Pop Collar? I don't know, I kinda like Pop Collar sometimes. It looks alright on him. I feel like he would look too much like a rich nerd if he were to actually keep it down. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice.
Are you saying that those letters were intended for you?
Yep, Jim was an outstanding detective. I would expect no less from my former partner.
It looks like Mr. Portman still doesn't understand. He has yet to figure out the true meaning behind the bloody letters.
What are you spreading over there? Can't you just admit my logic is perfectly sound?
Actually, there's a gigantic flaw in his logic. A gap so wide that even the good detective can spot it.
I'm actually not 100% sure what he's talking about.
Now to clue Mr. Portman in by presenting him with some evidence.
Okay, oh wait, no, like the obvious thing is that he's missing a book there that was written with Gumshoe's name on it, so he had to have noticed.
Objection!
Woo! First objection! And we got an achievement for it!
Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portman, but there is a serious flaw in your logic.
Yeah, bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game.
I can't help but find it odd.
Excuse me?
Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office.
Ooh, hello. What is this song over here? What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking, I get it.
If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another look.
If you remember Edgeworth's great revival theme from Justice for All, this is based on that? Ooh.
Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? But...
What? That's impossible!
What's impossible, Mr. Portsman?
Nothing?
The files on that shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines.
How are you a prosecutor if you're that bad at hiding evidence?
Objection!
Double objection! It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder!
I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters and the detective's name where the files should be is proof.
Yeah, I mean, the S is gone. There's only half an H.
If the detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt even he could have overlooked his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood.
Nice headbang. Nice face.
Ugh.
Which means what exactly? What does that make this dying message?
It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene.
That's so low. I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir. I'm gonna get him, sir. You'll see, I'm gonna have him under arrest in no time.
Well, Mr. Portsman.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Logic deserving of Olympic gold.
I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed.
Meh, you win some, you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. You know what Gumshoe needs? He needs to go on a beach volleyball vacation. With a bunch of pretty girls. Yeah, but you know, it really is a shame. I really don't want to have to bring this up, however. What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal. Ew, threw on the lab coat. Or sports jacket, whatever you want to call it. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence.
Then why do I sense you still have something to say?
Can you please stop undressing yourself? Well, I was thinking, did you know there is one other person with a key to this office?
One other person.
Hey, you there! Yes, sir, what is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? Ooh! Are we going to meet a pretty girl?
A lady?
That girl's a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal, don't!
What's wrong with him all of a sudden?
I believe she needs no introduction. I've called upon Miss... Maggie Bird became a member of the security for the prosecutor's office. I've called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Oh my god, she is super freaking cute into this game. Oh my goodness. I like how she has feathers on her jacket now. Seems her luck is just as bad as ever. Yep. Maggie! Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. Oh my god. Are you telling me Maggie is going to be our murder suspect again? It's better than her last job. Oh my god, she did work for that French chef, didn't she? I see, and your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What? What? If you're not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you! I would never sneak into someone's room. That's right, pal. I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. Yo, Caesar. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Just getting started on Ace Attorney investigations with the first case. It was me! That's right! I did it! Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal! So, yeah, it was me! If it was, you have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. Why is he constantly trying to flash his tits at us? That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. Reason for suspicion. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable she was the one who faked the dying message. Have we not considered the fact that someone might have just stolen the key in order to get into the room? I mean, he is a jock. Do jocks just like flashing their tits at people? Am I missing something here? So you're saying she used the master key? This can open every office door. Its use is controlled by security staff. Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. Bop, bop, bop. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. Bop, 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 bop. I wonder if there's anyone else other than Miss Bird could have used the master key. It seems the only way to get Mr. Portman to give me more details is to press him. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key.
Hold it!
Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of the security team who could have used the master key?
There's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight she's it. Ah, so she's nocturnal, like I usually am. Except recently, in which case, I've been sleeping way too much. Guys, I am very tired. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's true, but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir.
Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, moving on. I hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. You know, I never actually checked this before, but how old is Maggie? Gumshoe, you're older than Maggie by 9 years. Maybe he's just being nice. Gumshoe knows her from when she was a police officer, now works as a nighttime security. I hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. What do you mean unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. But you can't really trust her not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Yes. Maggie falls just barely within half age plus 7 years shorthand, so it's fine. That's fair.
Not so fast. I too am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say.
Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies.
I'll be the judge of that, Miss Bird, if you please.
I discovered the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir.
What do you mean by missing?
As it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Here's my question. Why are you wearing your security guard outfit in the flashback, but you're not wearing a security guard outfit now?
Mr. Portsman, I believe that this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you?
I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir.
Objection!
Third objection of the night. If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the master key now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. Likely story. And where is your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and found it again. I mean, I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. What do you mean practically? With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal, trust me, you don't want to test just how bad her luck is. Guys, remind me, are magpies well known to be bad luck or something? I don't actually know the mythology about it.
Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive.
Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth.
But...
You still haven't established Magpie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. Her motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe.
It is as Mr. Portman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. Well, I'm done taking blows. It's time to counterattack with a few facts of my own.
Her intent from the messed up shelves to wipe down safe, I say thievery.
Hold it!
I concur that the culprit's motive appears to have been thievery, however.
Glad to hear the great Miles Edgeworth is in agreement with little old me.
However, with regards to the investigation of the bookshelves and safe...
Hey, good thinking! Asking for my opinion on the matter.
Would it be too much for you to allow me to complete a full sentence?
I mean, Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door.
Hold it!
I thought we established Detective Gumshoe's innocence pretty thoroughly.
It was just a theory, one hypothesis among the many possibilities. You might even call it a prosecutor's theory. Thanks for watching. Man, why is it bad I kind of want to give Portman a MatPat voice now? I mean, I had my doubts about Miss Bird from the very beginning. But can we really believe that he was innocent? Science says otherwise.
If that's the case, why don't you mention her first?
Now, don't make that face, see? There goes the truth running the other way. Let's pick up the pace and see if we can't catch up to it.
I don't think you're catching my drift.
But we're in agreement that the detective isn't the killer, right? If so, then I hope you'll understand when I say... But since she's the only one who could have opened your office door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect.
Hold it!
Don't you think it's a bit early to be jumping to conclusions?
Are you saying there's any other way to open the door other than with the master key? Oh, I get it. Perhaps he had a spare made up for someone else.
I'll have you know I have never made a spare, so what are you insinuating?
Nothing. Guess I should have known better than to suggest that someone like you would. I mean, maybe someone came in through the window. You don't know. Maybe someone decided to, like, open the window and it was like a phantom thief. It is a series that we know there are phantom thieves. Like, you know, mask to mask. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? This office is on the 12th floor, and you never heard of grappling hooks, Gaddy? Think, Gaddy, think!
Is there anyone in this district who hasn't at least heard of Detective Gumshoe?
Good point, he's practically a celebrity among us prosecutors. I just wanted to see if Chad was going to react to the Among Us thing. Really? I never knew that. I was so talked about, sir. We're holding our collective breath, you know. For when you screw up so badly, you're literally chased off the force. There's a Roger Rabbit joke I could make about a spare, but I forgot the wording. Oh, Brooks has a spare, but I don't think you want it. No, give it to me, give it to me. Yo, hey, you asked for it. Ain't I a stinker? Wait, what? Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth?
Of course not. That's hogwash.
Phew, don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack there.
I hate the fact that it's actually true.
Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message.
Hold it!
By dying message, you mean the bloody letters that spell out Gumshoe?
I figured that whoever wrote his name must have wanted to frame him. And just the act of choosing his name is proof enough that the two knew each other well. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence!
I would love to, but first we should listen a bit more and digest what he is saying, and press him for more information. From the messed up shelves on the wipe down safe, I save it's thievery. Wait, but she couldn't have because she's a security officer. She doesn't know anything about the safe.
Objection!
Hi, Sagami. Feel free to lurk away. We're helping to defend a cute security guard.
Do you wish to continue insinuating that Miss Bird set on stealing something?
Why not? It's the truth, after all. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway.
That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe. The existence of which is only privy to prosecutors.
You know, you would think as a prosecutor, Portman should have realized that, but what I know.
I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was part of her cunning plan.
But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down.
I highly doubt that. I say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for.
This is, in fact, the first case.
After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted.
Yeah, even I didn't know about the save, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor?
Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable.
Ellipses.
What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now?
I love how Edgeworth is like, oh, hey, you're a prosecutor, aren't you?
Curses! Why? What made you? What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's all my fault. What do you mean?
It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret saves.
What did you just say?
We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret saves.
Then that means...
Yeah, I know. I'd only just told him too. Obviously it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief broke into your room was probably Jim.
Now he's claiming the victim was the thief.
And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird? Excuse me? I would throw my friends under the bus in order to keep myself from being accused for murder. I mean, what? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing's going a bit far, even if you're a risky profession.
Is there no such thing as, you know, murder in self-defense? I'm pretty sure that's like a thing that exists.
What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had previously drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that, not even as a security guard, sir. Are security guards even allowed to have guns?
This wouldn't count as self-defense, but in some United States it falls under castle doctrine.
I have no idea what that is, but I'll take...
I just realized something. I wonder if, like, Frank Castle's name, the Punisher from Marvel Comics, got his name from the Castle Doctrine.
Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key. Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us unless... Well, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him.
Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief?
I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense.
Has he no honor?
Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Castle Doctrine is more commonly known as stand your ground laws, where you're allowed to protect your home and property with deadly force. Why am I suddenly imagining fuzzy lumpkins from the Powerpuff Girls? Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out! This is Mr. Edgeworth's office! But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You're all suspects of varying degrees and therefore ineligible to run the show. Firmside, I'm pretty sure if you're friends with the victim, you're not allowed to be the prosecutor, right? Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit! But Edgeworth level less. So this side is the Winston or something, right? I keep a Revolutionary War cannon in your own home to defend yourself as the founding fathers intended. Also, hey, Gabby, how's it going? We're still on the first case. At least I assume. Okay, can someone at least answer me this? This game is divided into cases, right? 5 cases. Okay, cool, thanks.
Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But, sir... We have no choice but to accommodate his request. For now.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful.
Mark my words, Mr. Portsman, we will meet again.
If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now, don't disappoint me, you hear? Wow, this actually went on pretty long. It is. Okay, thank you guys. We are questioning the legal practices of a series that has put a bird on the witness stand. Okay, this might sound weird, but I think that's a real thing that happened once. I think the whole cross-examining an animal actually happened in real life, and that's what it was a reference to. At least I read about that somewhere. You're good, just planning steps to put paint on your cosplay jacket. Ooh, were you cosplaying this week, Gabby? March 14th, 4 to 18 a.m. God, I'm tired. Prosecutor's building the 12th floor hallway. What's with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he is. It was unbelievable.
Please maintain your professionalism, detective. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence, you'll see, sir!
But we've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir!
True, then what now?
Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch.
Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. Here, have a despair. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway.
It did know there was a situation with a parent many years after Ace Attorney 1, but was treated as a lead and not used in court. Okay. Be careful and not summon Star. I'm pretty sure Star is specifically going out of her way to avoid spoilers on the Ace Attorney games. I don't think she's going to be dropping in here anytime soon.
Yeah, really, sir? For example, this hallway, the linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the Master Key.
Okay, I might be crazy, but like, are all the characters oddly kind of short? I don't know why, but for some reason, the characters look like they're super deformed for whatever reason.
In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door.
Is probably the heads. It's a little, the heads are a little large compared to the rest of your bodies, yeah. It's chibi-esque.
Yes, sir!
Anything of interest?
Detective Gumshoe, you look rather intrigued by something. Care to share?
Oh, it's nothing, but I noticed that Mr. Portsman calls his partner Jim. And the detective in that Sunday night drama, All My Cops, is named Jim too. I bet one of them is a big fan of that show. Sprite sizes matches the original DS ones. Try toggling the look, but they made the heads bigger?
You seem to know a little something about it yourself. I take it you watch it too.
Of course, the tight bond of friendship between prosecutor and detective is great, sir.
As he bats his eyelashes at Edgeworth, and Edgeworth is looking away in terror.
Well, it's nothing compared to the super strong friendship we have.
Friendship, detective? I think you're mistaking it with pity.
Edgeworth is so mean. Aw, poor Gumshoe. How can you say that, sir? And after all we've been through?
Friendship or pity? Oh my god. About Miss Bird.
No way she's the killer. Please don't tell me you buy into that accusation, sir.
Rest assured, I think she's innocent. However, I need to ask her a few things regarding her security guard position.
Well, if you're only asking, that's okay. Just stand next to her and press then you two can talk about whatever topic you pick. When you want to ask her about evidence, all you have to do is present it to her with Z. After you choose what to show her, press Z again and off you two go. I recommend showing different people different things. You'd be surprised what they say.
Thank you for the explanation, though I don't recall asking for one.
Oh, just so you know, sir, you can show me evidence in the same way too.
I do believe it's time to get down to business and ask some questions of Miss Bird.
Ignored again. It's okay, buddy. Here, what do you think of my prosecutor's badge? Your prosecutor badge is really tiny compared to my police badge. Oh, but it's really cool, sir. Much cooler than my badge could ever be.
There's no need to suck up to me, detective.
Oh, ellipses. Edgeworth is only into defense attorneys? So true. Bad idea for a drinking game, shot every time Gumshoe gets trolled or owned in these games. I'm pretty sure we would get drunk rather quick.
I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny.
Yellow. Isn't this that missing 0 series file, sir?
No doubt about it, the bloody letters mark it clear as day. There seems to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind.
So what are the 0 files about, sir? I guess they got something worth stealing in them, huh?
Not particularly, it's just a collection of court cases. However, the cases within these files are not mine.
Huh?
They belong to the high prosecutor that used to occupy my current office.
Solana?
I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were.
Then that means the thief must also want to file for a specific reason, right?
It would seem so.
The 0 files clearly are talking about Mega Man X. Surprise! The Ace Attorney universe takes place in the Mega Man universe.
Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing.
I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case.
A well-crafted, high-quality sofa for visitors. The stitching is excellent.
Can I just talk about something really quick? I'm not sure if this is actually true or not, but I heard an interesting fun thing about Lilo and Stitch because everyone has been talking about that movie series a lot recently due to the live-action movie. People have pointed out that Stitch is named Stitch because he is meant to bring together a broken family, like Nani and Lilo. So they're stitching things together. And I'm like, how did I not pick up on the allegory there? Or like the theming of the naming there. This is a sofa. Its legs are so short. I don't even know what to call these. I guess these technically count as a sofa that has no back. They're not ottomans. Talk about a luxury waiting area. These babies are so great for napping, you know.
You would sleep even out here, detective, in a hallway.
Whenever I do, I always wind up dreaming about giving testimony up on the stand. But it always ends the same way, me getting trounced by a lawyer. Isn't that awful?
Maybe I should give it a try sometime. To envision myself winning, naturally.
You know, can I just say I appreciate this game for actually allowing us the opportunity to be able to, like... excuse me, giving the opportunity to have, like, Miles Edgeworth actually being allowed to win cases. Considering he's supposed to be some amazing prosecutor. But people still end up not actual... But then, like, if he's constantly losing, how's he an amazing prosecutor?
I bet the thief's not under here.
I guess there isn't enough space for anyone to hide under here anyway. I mean, if someone could contort themselves to fit, I'd be really impressed.
Sounds to me like someone has already tried at least once before. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. 1202. These 4 numbers on a nameplate alone proclaim this is my office.
Whoops! Hey, these numbers slide right out, sir.
They have to be able to take the plate off when the room becomes vacant, you know. Although the idea that it can be so easily removed is kind of, A minimalistic, yet classy door made of top-quality wood. It's sturdily made, making it near impossible to break in by force.
It's almost... majestic, sir. I wish I could be as stately as this door.
Only Gumshoe would praise a door as something's greater than himself.
It is possible that Edgeworth won the cases that Phoenix was not a part of. Yeah, but we almost never get to hear about them.
Being a detective has its own rewards and a certain virtuous value, I think. If you live up to your full potential, there's a poignant trait that anyone can admire.
I see, so you're saying, sir, that me being me is the best I can do for everyone?
Right.
Remember, chat, if you want to be the best you that you can be the best you that can make everyone proud of you for being you, that is proud of me of being proud of you. That long pause wasn't exactly reassuring, sir. Is there something else to examine here? What am I missing? There should be a check mark the moment I back out, but there wasn't. Oh wait, the keyhole, duh.
I don't see any signs of forced entry.
And according to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir.
Meaning that the door really was opened with the key.
Or, you know, it could have been used with a lockpick, I'm just saying. Lockpicks are pretty easy to hide. Hydrate? Fine, fine. Bachan, get me some water, please. Thank you, girl. I'm also getting a stretch in, don't worry. Alright.
Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob?
Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped, they think.
Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind.
Okay, I have two questions. One, hi Winston Payne. That's not really a question, but Winston Payne. No, actually, no. The question is Winston Payne. That's it. Winston Payne, question mark. Second thing, who the hell keeps a freaking basketball hoop in the middle of a prosecutor's office?
What is a basketball hoop doing here?
Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago?
So when and why was it moved indoors?
I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently.
Drag it?
I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself.
All the way up to the 12th floor?
Edgeworth will never be ballin'. Edgeworth with a basketball.
What is a basketball doing here?
That's Mr. Portman's prized possession, sir. I heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis.
And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway.
No limit ballin'? No limit will never be ballin'.
This office.
1203, 1203. Hey, Maggie, whose room is this again? It's Mr. Portsman, sir.
So he's my new neighbor, I see. I suppose he moved in while I was away overseas.
Portsman is a pun? What? An Ace Attorney character whose name is a pun? That has never happened once. I don't believe you, Chaos. Besides, what kind of pun could it be? Just because he really likes sports and he's a guy doesn't mean his name is a pun on Sportsman. And just because he acts like a jock doesn't mean jock is a pun on jock. And just because Maggie has feathers on her jacket doesn't mean she's a literal bird. Now that we have some levity here, let me just say that this is the cutest outfit Maggie's been worn. It is so cute. I honestly love it. The jacket honestly pulls it together. I'm sure a lot of people love the Blue Badger t-shirt. That being said, though, I don't think there is a pun on Edgeworth's name, is there? Aside from the fact, like, Edge, so, I don't know, edgy, I don't freaking know. Also, I just realized something. Why does Edgeworth have, like, Sephiroth Aerith hair? Is he a freaking ancient?
I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case.
I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream! A dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth! Can I just say the eyes that sparkle is very concerning to me?
I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. I should jog her memory by showing her my notes with Z. Have you ever met with the victim before?
Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun! Just once I'd love to have played with them. It sounds fun, but only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. Oh, Mr. Faith Everyday was passing the ball, sir. On second thought, I don't think I'd fit in all that well with them.
Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take it that you're an acquaintance of the detective.
She was under my supervision back when she was still on the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder and things started going downhill, so she quit. I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night.
You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct?
I wonder how long Maggie has been working as a security guard here. Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor by a... what?
How are you alive, woman?
I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods.
Again, how are you alive?
Failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. And now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I became a security guard.
This is nothing new for you, frankly. She's just built different. She's... surprise, she's actually massively ripped underneath her shirt. Hopefully she had volcano insurance. You know what? Maggie Bird was there on the day that Pompeii got consumed by the volcano. He somehow has that Phoenix Wright durability. Fair. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime.
I know! And just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I'm winding up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck.
Okay, would you guys date a girl like this? Like, if someone who's actually known for infamous bad luck, but is a cutie patootie like Maggie Bird, would you date her? You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to ever worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is your cooperation.
Yes, sir, Miss Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help.
I take that as a challenge. Your luck would balance out. Don't give you hope. So just be like Nagi, though? Oh my god.
All right, tell me about the master key.
So when did you discover that the master key was missing?
By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir.
Who allowed skins versus shirts in a basketball game in the prosecutor's hallway? Oh my god.
And I noticed it was back around 2:30 a.m. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those two times it was not just gone, but stolen, sir.
Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place?
It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window.
Always, you say, except for this time, correct?
Well, I admit I was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge.
She used the master key?
What do you think about my badge? That's a prosecutor badge, isn't it? It proves that you're really a prosecutor.
Interesting. Despite all appearances, she seems to know more than Gumshoe.
With that badge, even I could be a professional prosecutor. Sir, may I please try that on, just for a little bit?
I don't think that would be a very good idea, do you?
I guess not.
On second thought, they actually are on the same level.
Do you guys like idiots, guys? I like me some dumb girls, too. Between Recipe for Turnabout and Visor is apparently about 2 months. Jeez. It really is that short. Himbos and bimbos, everybody.
What did you mean by you used the master key?
Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right?
Salutes in chat, everybody.
Ah!
What is it?
That's right, I just remembered the prosecutor who forgot his key. How did you not remember this, Spaggy? It was Mr. Portsman, sir.
What? Tell me more. Miss Bird, quickly.
It was around 12 a.m. Mr. Portman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir.
And that's when you would loan the master key to him.
No way! It's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone! I walked with Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir.
I see. And then what happened after that?
Well, he called for me to come close up to his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor...
Oh, wait, So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Talk about suspicious! I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portman's door.
After a quick jog...
Come on, Gumshoe, race me! Let's see who is a real sportsman around here! I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Room 1203. I take it that this is Mr. Portman's office.
Yeah, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. Oh, that reminds me. Mr. Portsman had actually wanted room 1202 really badly. But since you were already occupying it, Miss Edgeworth, we put him next door, sir.
So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202?
I'm not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd?
Yep, that's gotta be it! I can't think of any other reason why.
Anybody with the birthday December 3rd in chat?
I can think of at least 3. Bah, why am I even wasting time thinking about this? The door's locked tight.
I bet the old credit card trick won't work here, huh, Miss Edgeworth?
This is the office of a high prosecutor, Detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get it through them.
Aha! So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is. Ron! Are you here breaking into Edgeworth's office again? Are you being accused of murder again?
Might I advise to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from?
I mean, we do live in a universe where, like, Phantom Thieves exist, I'm just saying.
A minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood.
It's kind of majestic too, fits really well with the ambience of the prosecutor's offices. Even Mr. Portman seems dignified just because he works behind one of these.
Nonsense, a man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works.
Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Wow, poor Winston, he's just off on the side trying to do his best, like, nope, under the bus. Speaking of under bus, KB, how's it going? Gloom sniffing, how y'all doing? Welcome into the stream, Flame Harlequin, Kojin, KV. Why were you sniffing Gloom? What were you playing? Were you playing, like, Tears of the Kingdom or something? I'm gonna assume Tears of the Kingdom, right? Well, regardless, hello everyone! The name's No Limit. I'm an adventure PNG tuber who plays through games that they never played through before. Currently, we're living out the adventure of being a prosecutor in Ace Attorney Investigations. Investigations? Yes. Oh, you're playing Pokemon. Okay, fair enough. How was Let's Go Eevee? What was your starter? That was a joke. But yeah, how far did you get? Regardless, though, how about I give you guys a proper greeting, though? Good evening and welcome! I'm No Limit, and I'll be streaming for you today. What can I get for you? A drink? Some emotes? Or a little memes? 3, 2, 1, fire! Limit, 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 go, go! Love it, limit, or a little memes. But yeah, welcome to the stream. KV, if you gotta take any post-stream stuff like get food or get water, do what you gotta do. Thank you again for the raid. For everyone else who wants to stick around, yeah, I'm literally in the first case of Ace Attorney investigations at the moment. At the moment, we are trying to investigate, like a murder of a dude that happened in Edgeworth's office. And we're just trying to figure out who did it. Even though the game totally showed us who did it. So we're just trying to figure out how to prove that he did it. The game Pokedex entry for Gloom mentions 1 of every 1,000 people enjoy sniffing Gloom's nose-bending stink. You know what? I can get that. You're at postgame just trying to get the Pokedex filled for home. Oh, yo, that's awesome, KV. So I'm guessing you're trying to get the shiny, I forgot what shiny mythical it was, but I know you get a shiny Pokemon if you do that for Pokemon Home.
Mr. Payne, I suppose custodial work can also be dignified.
Wow! Edgeworth compares Winston Payne to a custodian. Oh, I know he gets like the least memorable jobs, but still, geez.
It's Mr. Portman's personal basketball hoop! I can't believe he put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office.
Now it's not so much as a whodunit, so much as a how we catch him. Basically.
But you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir.
I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here.
How long have I had the same office and yet you still managed to get lost?
I'm not seeing anything else that I can investigate around here, though. And yet it's funny how Payne is one of the most straight-laced prosecutors in the series. He's the limp noodle, but he's not corrupt like Von Karma. You know, now that I think about it, I think Winston Payne is also literally the only prosecutor who has never done anything a prosecutor shouldn't do. I think the worst he's ever done was maybe throw his wig at someone.
It looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth.
To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly. Post haste.
Sounds like a messy case you got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open.
And that's how Winston Payne dies.
How gracious, I will keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again?
I love that Edgeworth remembers Winston Payne, but he doesn't remember what he looks like. Ain't so remarkable, not even the game remembers his name.
Is everything alright?
Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning. I'm finally at 154 pounds. Yo! Congratulations, dude. That's such a good weight to strive for.
Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway in this room.
Oh, everything's okay, sir.
A word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight.
Honestly, that's a weight I'd like to get to one day. Maybe I can access the door if I decide to use the master key? Nah, nothing. Maybe I should deduce something or something. Files in disarray, another handgun, master key was stolen. I mean... these two have to connect somehow.
Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story.
What? No way, pal! I mean, sir? Do you think these two lovebirds can ever fall in love?
You said that you locked up Mr. Portman's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time.
Wow, nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten all about that, but thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right, it was around that very time that I realized the master key was missing.
And?
Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir.
Maggie, please. You pretended.
Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking it up, sir.
Maggie, please. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then?
Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly.
Oh my god. Well, this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold.
Eureka!
There's a contradiction here between reality and the evidence. If what Miss Bird had said is true, then why is this door locked tight?
You know, you're right. Man, it's almost as if a certain someone decided to lie about losing your key.
Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door?
I'm certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portman noticed it himself that I hadn't.
Which means what, sir? It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely...
Wait a minute. Did he swap the nameplates?
Or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't the one at all, but a completely different one.
She opened a different door, but how can you prove that?
There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine these.
Prints on the master key, prints on the doorknob, prints on the number plate. Ooh.
The prints on the number plate, they will tell us all we need to know.
Everything, really? Like what, sir?
Like, well...
What? What do you mean? I thought that was pretty clever of me. I thought they swapped the nameplates around. Chad, am I that stupid? I think I might be that stupid. Oh no.
Well, we know for sure that Detective Gumshoe's dinner will only consist of instant noodles.
You know what? That's right. It's not my fault. It's society. It's the society to blame. I was reading ahead of the script a little bit. Wow! That was amazing, sir. How'd you know?
Was that supposed to be a joke to cheer me up, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, that's it. Now then, we should get back to doing what we need to do, and that is... we need to examine these.
I guess the prints on the doorknob. Or prints on the master key.
The prints on the doorknob will tell us everything.
Hey, you! Yeah, you, pal! Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So, what'd you find out?
There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective.
Living up his name and face full life consequences. Full half-life, full life, though. Sir, I only found Mr. Portman's and Mr. Face fingerprints on this doorknob.
So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive.
I'm lost, sir.
I think logically a certain other person's print should be on this knob as well. Now then, whose print should also be on this doorknob?
Okay, so I know the answer is supposed to be Maggie Bird, but didn't Maggie wear gloves?
Take that!
Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked the door are absent?
You mean...
Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one.
Miss Bird says she unlocked this door, but her prints were not found on the doorknob. Flashback had no gloves? Okay, so I'm not crazy then. Or I am crazy. Also, geez, I forgot I'm not in streamer mode. Hang on a second. I keep on getting text alerts. There we go. That should stop now, hopefully.
What have we here? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Is this basketball property of Mr. Portsman?
Yes, sir. He's always ready for a match. Basketball, soccer, dodgeball, tennis. It doesn't matter what sport it is. He's game. Although I think it's a little hard to play tennis with this ball.
That isn't a point you should be focusing on, detective.
Yeah, you're right, sir. Now I know what I should be focusing on. Bad Mr. Portsman. Someone should teach him to clean his toys up after he's done playing. Gumshoe.
I think we reached the end of this conversation. What's this?
What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game?
Well, that's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off.
Oh, hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk.
The positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. I better take note of this.
Huh. What is up with that, actually? I didn't even notice that. I just clicked it because I knew it, because I saw it was lit up.
A minimalistic yet classy door made of top quality wood.
It's kind of majestic too. Fits really well with the ambiance of the prosecutor's offices. Oh wait, hang on a second. All this reread.
What is this?
Looks like a piece of scrap. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it.
Looks like a note from the victim.
I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later, buddy. Yeah, it's for Mr. Portsman. Found under a door for the absent Portsman. This game is surprisingly generous with resetting my health bar every time we finish the investigation. Poking around in this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely. Huh? How so, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case.
You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth.
As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Larry Butts. Come, Gumshoe, time to chase down Larry.
What? Mr. Portman?
Yes, that's what I said.
I knew it! That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me too! I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir!
Ah, he too has learned the ways of know you. That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door.
March 14, 5:12 a.m. Oh no, it's time to do my Zenless dailies. Mr. Portman, I finished processing the bloody letter, sir. All right, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here.
I can't believe he actually threw the evidence in the air.
Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this. Please stop throwing the evidence around. Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. End of the line, you, Portman. We got you now. Fall off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke?
It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portsman, that you are the guilty party in this case.
You must be pretty upset. Getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay if you promise to stay out of our way.
You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job? I can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl.
Who'd ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? Manfred. The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that you gotta stay out on the lookout for false accusations, you know?
Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work.
Chat, remind me, did this game release before or after Apollo Justice?
The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for is explaining yourself.
This released after Apollo Justice, huh?
Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up.
Well, aren't we full of ourselves, even though you have yet to prove anything? Miss Portman's rebuttal. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but... Basically, the last Ace Attorney game we got on DS until 5 on 3DS. Jeez. I didn't realize it was that long of a wait.
There's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how may I ask that you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here.
Not counting investigations too? Yeah, I get that.
Sorry, but we're not finished yet.
Okay, so when was the last... So, remind me, Great Ace Attorney is the last Ace Attorney game that was released that's brand new, right? Not counting the collections. And I think the Great Ace Attorney 2 came out in 2018? Something like that?
Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something.
I'll show you what I'm basing my accusations on. With the evidence.
I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but...
Hold it!
Great Ace Attorney was the last one yet. The specific order was Great Ace Attorney 1, Spirit of Justice, Great Ace Attorney 2.
Why has it been 8 years since the last Ace Attorney game? I am in massive pain.
You like arrangement better than Yoji? Really? I got a vibe with it.
My accusation is a harebrained idea, is it?
You tell me, I'd say it is, after all. There's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit.
Hold it!
Oh, and what, pray tell, kind of evidence are we talking about here?
Jim was my partner, so you can't say I had a motive for killing him.
And that's it? That's not even an anthill, let alone a mountain.
But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree?
Might I recommend you review the word evidence means?
Man, I love cocky Edgeworth here. You can tell there's a huge difference between Edgeworth and Phoenix. At least in terms of confidence levels, anyway.
It doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer. Besides, how, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here?
Unfortunately, I believe I've already shown how earlier.
Your speculations mean nothing, as I still insist I could not gain access to your room.
What should I do now? Should I raise an objection?
Sure. Not yet, actually.
I need to gather a bit more information.
What's wrong? Don't tell me you're all you want to do is find fault with my flawless logic. Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I got work to do, so we're done here.
I don't think so.
Sorry, Dirt Dog. I want to get all the dialogue in first before we got to it. Makes sense. Edgeworth's been in law practice a lot longer. That is true.
And why is that?
Because there's a flaw in your reasoning.
Are you calling me a liar? Well, I ain't calling you a truther. So, where's your proof? The saying evidence is everything isn't limited to just the courtroom, you know.
You need not remind me. I'll show you all the evidence you want in time.
Hold it!
You claim to have had no way to open my door. However, is that really the honest truth?
Alright, I'll humor you. Go ahead, shoot!
Very well, then I propose that you use this to open my door.
Take that!
That line from Josh has not aged well. Don't think about it too hard, Nameless. But I know what you're talking about.
I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Objection!
Wait, hold on a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know.
Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right, you used your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key.
Take that!
You had to ask Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes?
Yeah, well, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know.
But the room you had Miss Bird open at the time was not your own, was it?
What? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we?
I'm certain it was Mr. Portman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir.
See, Miss Bird backs up my story.
Yet, what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking what you wanted?
Edgeworth, that's conjecture.
And how do you suppose I did that?
By switching the nameplates on our doors, for example.
That's right, they do slide out pretty easily.
Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. And that door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make Miss Bird think it was in his room?
Oh, so that's why he moved the basketball hoop.
Take that!
What? The basketball hoop, sir?
It's quite a peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to just sit outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor.
That's very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be the Mr. Portman's.
There are signs that the hoop had been moved. To sit in front of my office, to be sure.
I see. So that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip.
You know, considering how many indents I leave on the floor from my own chairs and stuff like that, I'm surprised he didn't bother checking. Oh, hey, is the indents on the floor lined up correctly? Cool.
But I think your conjecture is a little off the track.
Conjecture's rebuttal.
Now you're just spouting nonsense! I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me.
So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he?
I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket.
Why am I suddenly getting flashback to Ghost Trick?
And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears.
And yet you count on her to tell the truth on stuff that you asked her for information on? My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday.
Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here.
Oh! Man, I kind of wish Edgeworth is like a little bit more sassy, but I kind of approve of what's going on at the moment. And with all the sweat he's pouring, flapping his jacket, he's got to smell. Considering all the sports that he does, you'd think his jacket must smell. Now you're just spouting nonsense.
Nonsense, you say?
Yes, because I'm telling the truth here.
I had the girl open my office door. Also, that was the shortest press I have ever seen. I'm guessing it's probably because the judge isn't here, isn't actually giving us extra dialogue.
Using the master key, of course. Sure, you have a problem with that. That is what the master key is for, right? Perhaps we should place it in a more elaborate labyrinth of some sort for people like you. After that, I was in my room the entire time.
Hold it!
And what were you doing in your office?
I was doing my usual training regimen.
Training regimen? What were you... Were you going through your law books from start to finish?
Mainly batting practice and some weights and... Oh, and I jog when I get the chance.
Wow, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have. Okay, who is actually the buffest prosecutor we've ever seen in Ace Attorney? I kind of want to say Godot.
With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem.
I was doing my usual workouts, so... You don't have a single reason to suspect me.
Hold it!
I think I've given you quite a few reasons, actually.
Objection!
Franziska is the buffest. Sure.
But none of those would stand up on their own.
Objection!
Then what about all the evidence?
Objection!
Oh boy, here comes the objection train, everyone.
It's all circumstantial. No judge would convict on such a flimsy evidence.
He seems to be trembling a little. One more little push. All I have to do is find the flaw in this testimony.
Here's the thing. I know what I want to present. I want to present this note. But is it this line? Or is it the line that he was in his room the entire time? I'm gonna go with the one where he says in his room this entire time, because this letter specifically says it looks like he's out.
Objection!
It looks like I was right. That was a lie. What are you talking about?
For an all-out attack!
I had a lot of Lala dreams. Thank you so much for a raid. Oh, it looks like you guys were doing investigations too. Nice. Hope you were enjoying that. Haven't played that myself because I haven't played Investigations 1 yet myself. Hello everyone, the name's No Limit. I'm an adventure PNG tuber who's currently going through the adventure of being a prosecutor through Ace Attorney Investigations. Never played this game before, and we're currently trying to pin Portman here for the crime of murder. Because, you know, it's always murder. It's Ace Attorney, it's always murder. We won't spoil yet, thank you. Hope you're enjoying the first game. We're in the first case so far. It's pretty alright so far. Haven't really good, like, I really haven't seen, like, why people dislike this game yet, actually. But yeah, hope y'all are enjoying Investigations too. Is it a blind playthrough as well? That being said though, how about I give you guys, a proper greeting? Good evening and welcome! I'm No Limit, and I'll be streaming for you today. What can I get for you? A drink? Some emotes? Or a little memes? 3, 2, 1, fire! Limit, 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 go, go! Love it, limit, or a little memes. Oh, you like my raid countermeasures? But yeah, hey. But yeah, Anna, if you gotta take care of your post-stream stuff like get food or get water, do what you gotta do. Thank you again for the raid. The reasons for a dislike are mostly backloaded. First couple of cases are fine. You're feeling very welcome now. I'm glad. And that's the first time you've seen it. I hope you like it. All right, where were we?
What are you talking about? How is that a lie?
This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman.
A note?
It was left under your door. Did you not notice? And right here it says, "But you're out." You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you and what were you doing? Ah! Shall I explain it in full detail for you? You were busy snooping around in my room. The very room you had Miss Bird open for you.
Objection!
That's just nonsense! You have no evidence I made the girl open your door for me.
Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence.
No way!
This is the proof positive that you had Miss Bird open the door for you.
Oh, so this song is actually a jam. Oh my god. This song is also now orchestrated? I would assume so. Says she unlocked this door, but her prints were not found on the doorknob. I'm pretty sure this is the thing I present here.
Take that!
I had your door dusted for prints.
My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time.
You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints.
Her prints? What do they have to do with anything?
Let's put it this way, if she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Further, all the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard noise coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portman! You killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return what I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office.
And just what's so funny, pal?
Oh, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor.
As he makes a huge mistake in accusing me is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world.
What?
Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all, and he even backed it up. You're the murderer.
No, I know what the issue is. Why are there 2 gunshots when there's only 1 bullet fired?
Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already.
And as I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my knob for prints. Well, I can readily confess I have wiped that knob
I wipe down my knob every day. Very well. Yeah, Maggie, you don't want to know. I say, hey, Silver. Time for a drink, because I'm clearly thirsty.
bonkin' time.
Thank you for 34 bits, Dirt Dog. Let's say hey, super well. Hope you're well.
We found our raid message. Shh.
I'm a little obsessive compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched, which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be on there.
You made that up just now, didn't you?
Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, you could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example.
Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway?
Hey, even geniuses fail at sometimes. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse.
Now that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size.
Ah, but you can't prove that, can you?
Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir.
Ugh. Portman made a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it.
Besides, I have an airtight alibi.
Airtight, you say?
I only just realized I had one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I just told you sooner.
Portman's alibi.
If memory serves, he came back to this office around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at that exact moment, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi.
You really think it's that perfect?
Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself.
Detective Gumshoe!
Yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him around 2 a.m.
You see? All the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradiction point in his alibi somewhere.
If memory serves, he came back to this office around 2 a.m., correct? See, the real question is right now, who was the second person?
Hold it!
You are correct, it was around 2 a.m.
Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time.
I remember checking my watch then and made no mistake. It was 2.
Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit.
Hold it!
It is as you say, however.
Yes, however, you're the only one who can claim to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me you saw?
It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Objection!
Oh, come on! I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you?
I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here.
Ah, well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs.
So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit.
Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight to the precinct. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's a perfect alibi.
Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony.
And it was just as I said, right?
Yes, sir.
A number of detectives said they saw you at around that time. See, I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve.
Why did you need an ace up your sleeve to begin with?
Ugh. Impossible! He actually does have the perfect alibi!
What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Did you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we reached the end of the line, and it's time to get off this crazy train.
All aboard?
You there.
Sir?
Please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle. Maggie! Detective Gumshoe!
The miracle never happened.
Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. If only I had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? I need to calmly think this through one more time. And with logic.
The file's in disarray. The culprit rearranged my files twice. Once before and once after the murder. Why? Other than the victim's gun that I found, could there be another gun in play here? Mr. Portman's alibi. The intruder I could not have been Mr. Portman. Then who could it have been? It had to be connecting the handgun with the different person.
There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life. And one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person. Which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight.
I mean, there's only 2 things we can connect here. The culprit rearranged my files twice, once before and once after the murder. Maybe the victim and his killer weren't the only visitors to my office tonight.
Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were upended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder. So it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think it was the work of 2 different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun, and then killed him with it. And once again after the murder by our second culprit. Who was the owner of the second gun? If we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back.
Objection!
Wow, that's a big objection here.
Mr. Portsman! It seems I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case.
Great, so you finally came to your senses.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Sir, what are you saying?
This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I assumed that the person I ran into was the killer. But that may not be the case.
What do you mean?
The person I ran to was just your average thief.
A thief? But sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts?
Not at all. It simply means the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight.
What do you mean two?
It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how they were 2 guns. Mr. Portman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office.
Objection!
Here, Edgeworth, we have come to steal your heart. You'll never see it coming.
Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know.
If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Ugh. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time.
So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right?
Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith?
But why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir?
He probably had business with Mr. Portman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess.
Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right?
And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into his office to check it out.
See, I feel like he would be... I feel like it would be... The more weird thing would be saying that, why is the office number different and why is the basketball hoop in a different location? You're not the biggest fan of the animations when they go full models? I think it's alright. But I get what you mean. It's definitely a lot like, it has more frames of animation to them.
Correct, and as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there.
This is why Maggie and Gumshoe make a good couple, because they lack brain cells. Fair.
Because it was Mr. Portman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from it, and then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. That was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left a fake dying message behind.
You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that?
You know, this does raise a bit of a weird thing with Edgeworth for me. Considering how he's able to invent people that would need to be invented for logic to make sense, you would think that Edgeworth would also be able to figure out like who the actual murderer is in the other cases when Phoenix is involved, right? Or is it like, or was there just like evidence that Phoenix was able to find that Edgeworth was never able to find?
Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated.
Not to mention the amount of times that Edgeworth demonized Phoenix for inventing characters that weren't really made apparent until then.
Here's another visitor, sir. Yes, and this other person's objective was to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portman left, the door to my office remained unlocked.
He's also working under assumption of doubt. That too.
However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed. It seems the thief found their prize.
The stolen zero file, right, sir?
Correct, only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter.
So the shelves gang messed up twice in the 2 bullets.
It was all because
2 different people were doing those things at 2 different times.
Precisely. So now you see, Mr. Portman, the person I met was just a thief, and was not, in fact, the Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Objection!
You also doubt he does this much investigating himself most cases. That is true. He usually leaves it up to the police.
What's so funny, pal?
Absolutely
Splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth after all. But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir.
If you came back from vacation to this, you would need another vacation. Valid.
But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point.
Don't say that, sir.
I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must. Like forge evidence. Like Phoenix Wright. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Miss Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect?
That is, if your theory is correct. God, why is this so good, though?
That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I already said, I'm training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left.
Confrontation themes at 3 speeds, unlike testimonies.
Of course, now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions.
I don't think it's all dead end. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? Grr. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it.
The thief you ran into should be your real suspect.
Actually, no, I wouldn't.
Why not?
That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Faith's killer very clearly left those letters on the spines of those files. And it was after they were on there that the thief stole one of them.
You mean the zero files, right?
And that's how we know the letters themselves were a setup and not from Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves?
Well, maybe the killer just didn't think of that either. Yeah, that must be it. Maybe, just maybe. We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby.
Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby.
Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after.
Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief.
It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything after all. I hate to repeat myself, but I already said I was training in my room.
Hold it!
But according to Mr. Faith's note,
Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening?
if you have proof that he left at a different time, say just before he was murdered. I don't have any, no.
You see, so I insist again that I was in my office the entire time. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left.
Hold it!
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith?
That's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits.
And what of the evidence he brought?
They were things related to yesterday's case. Just two things. A gun and a pendant.
Huh. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks.
He brought me two items, a gun and a pendant, that are related to yesterday's case.
A gun and a pendant?
Yep, this gun, which was the murder weapon. And this pendant, which belongs to the victim.
And why were you taking them to Criminal Affairs?
There was something in a past case file I wanted to compare these two. Well, this had nothing to do with this case right now. Anyway, I believe you'll find a long paper trail I left to be your satisfaction.
This is all matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out.
I'll be real, the thing that's throwing me off right now is I can't pin a motive on him. Why did he want to come into our room? Why did he want to steal something from us?
So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left.
Hold it!
Can't expect you to know, can I?
No, but I guess you can expect me to take a guess based on logical deductions.
Oh, then let's see you deduce!
Jim waited for me to leave and then stole the master key. For the purpose of sneaking into your room, of course. And that's when Miss Bird caught him red-handed. And the murder occurred.
Oh, we're back to the Mr. Faith is a thief scheme, alright? Okay.
It's all exactly as I laid out earlier.
I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it.
He brought to me two items, a gun and a pendant, that are related to yesterday's case. Wait. How? Also, my god, chat, okay, I want to point out something to you. Look how long it takes to open the freaking case file after pressing the button. Okay, it took way longer to, like, load up earlier, but I guess it probably preloaded itself. But, like, it took a while to actually load in for a moment there. Yeah, I was about to say, why did he only give you two when he had three?
Objection!
Only two pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is you fail.
Excuse me?
You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me.
What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you.
Well, here's a piece I think you should read. Carefully.
Ah! It says Mr. Faith is bringing three pieces.
Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman.
I can't believe to get tripped up by simple arithmetic.
Where is the missing piece of evidence?
It's...
You have it, don't you? Only the guilty one makes such a face. Detective Gumshoe!
You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe.
I'm sorry, it honestly looks like Gumshoe's like punching him in the face and him falling backwards.
Well, don't come any closer, I warn you. This is all part of the investigation, pal. So don't even think about stopping me. No! Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir.
Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide.
Well, why would he hide something like that?
There's only one reason anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because he would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail.
Chat, what's a videotape?
For this section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin.
It's a relic from the before times. Wow! I wonder if it plays music.
KG8 incident. The KG8 incident?
That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video is evidence from that case?
Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. Let's give the casing a thorough once-over.
That thing you used to rent on the weekends with your games? Ah, so it's like the video store I run in Zenlist. Got it.
Yeah, that's blood, isn't it?
Wow, why does this movie player have nipples on it?
Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh.
You mean this might be Detective Face blood?
You twist those to rewind or move it forward? Wow, that's kinky. You have to twist their nipples in order to get them to fast forward and rewind? The 90s was a wild time, guys.
No, you got it all wrong.
No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this videotape.
Yeah, it's totally suspicious.
Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that.
Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints.
Ugh. If I had to take a guess, I say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderers, you and Mr. Faith.
No, impossible!
Oh my god, he ate his gold medal.
He got knocked out like a freaking NES Punch-Out boss. March 14, 5:47 a.m. I am very tired. Hi, prosecutor's offices, room 1202.
Mr. Portman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir.
Very good.
And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were able to lift a few of Mr. Face's fingerprints as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom.
Salutes in chat, everybody. You realize why you dislike these 3D scenes? The giant heads remind you of those YouTube mobile game ads. I see what you mean, but these still look nice in my opinion.
I'm impressed beyond words, sir.
It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please, accept my apologies.
Aw, it's nothing, really. Compared to what I've been through, I mean.
Hopefully you won't get fired from your job. Actually, the fact that you got your master key stolen would probably result in you getting fired.
Sorry. I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder.
What do you mean, only a murder?
If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person.
Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail.
You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor.
And why would you say he was corrupt?
Well, I heard there was a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even more rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir.
Forged evidence, huh?
And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons.
Oh, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession.
We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office.
Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up.
Although we can be pretty certain that was to steal something.
This is just between me and you, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes.
What?
Is there a criminal syndicate that I'm not aware of?
Oh?
Well.
With Mr. Portman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor.
We're calling it as soon as the case ends, so yeah, we're calling it here.
It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this.
Then Mr. Portman isn't the bad guy?
I didn't say that, but rather, there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. Come on, gang! We've got a mystery on our hands! For example, we still haven't figured out the significance of this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Person who stole this file. They are a villain of the night.
Yeah, I wonder who it was.
And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint?
Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
Yes?
I came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir.
God damn it, Hugo. What are you doing in the Ace Attorney universe?
This card!
What is it, sir? Is it a bird or something on here? Mockingbird!
And everybody who isn't playing Zenless Zone Zero has no idea what I'm talking about.
It's not just any bird. It's the mark of the raven. A three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective.
Raven from Teen Titans, who is a Fuda? I apologize for nothing.
Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief everyone's talking about.
Yes, it is the mark of the great thief. Yatagrasu! You've taken one too many draw phases from me!
Where the box? You gotta drop a few bits for it.
Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is a noble to the end. A modern Robin Hood.
Yatagrasu is actually Odin's three-legged raven. TIL. Yatagrasu haunts episode. Oh my god. Why does he look like Phoenix if he went like Super Saiyan 3?
You must send this many bits to Bonk.
Thank you for 34 bits, Dirt Dog. Ow. Mercurial News Special Edition. Yatagrasu haunts embassy. The noble Yatagrasu vigilante of the business world reappears. Walking in the gay ground. Brand. You. Jump. Yes. It's the mark of a card that terrorized Yu-Gi-Oh! Players for a while, locking them out of the game when they died a death of 1,000 paper cuts. Gay ground? Edgeworth is intrigued. Exactly. Also, yeah, I'm your artist. I made the joke earlier about the draw phase.
Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will.
Just like a spirit monster.
Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets.
Yatagarasu reappears, corporate dealings exposed.
The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The thief is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media. Along with the single card. Although it's been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something written on the back.
What? Let me see.
It's the location where the thief put the stolen files.
Wow! Is this actually in Japanese? I don't think it is.
So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. Organization. Quite a few keywords are popping up in this mystery. Is this hinting at a crossover with Kingdom Hearts and Yu-Gi-Oh? The murder in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu.
You want a fun fact about the anti-piracy measures for the original release of Investigations 1? Sure. As long as it's not a spoiler. As long as it's not a spoiler. But the official language of Japanifornia is English? I mean, it could be written Japanese English. All text is changed to the Boringian language, basically wingdings. Oh, okay. But if the game detective was pirated, then put the entire text of the game in Borginian. Okay, that's really funny. I love that.
Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming, for they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago.
The end? Question mark? Turnabout visitor done. Well, I wonder who's showing up in the next chapter, everybody. I'll just leave it at that for a tease for now. Man, what an amazing game. I can't believe I completed it in one sitting. And now I'm just going to play the sequel immediately the next time I decide to stream this. Pretty good first case, all things considered, even though there was no actual visit to the courtroom. But yeah, everyone, thank you all for coming out tonight. I hope I did a good job with presenting the stream to you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. But yeah, how about I give you guys a heads up for the rest of the week's schedule? I guess that's why it's called investigations. That's why I was a little confused at first too. I was like, are we not going to go into court? Anyway, next Ace Attorney investigation streams will be on Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But the next stream will be Tuesday with Final Fantasy VII Blind. Wednesday will be the 2.0 release of Zenless Zone Zero. So I really can't wait for that. There's so much stuff that's going to be involved in that. Hell, I think I might have to stream it on Thursday just so I can complete more stuff on that. If there's any changes, oh yeah, and Proton Smash Pit on Saturday. I think I'm hosting it. I think Meds hosted the last one, so I think I'm hosting this one. I don't remember. I'll ask Meds. But yeah, if there's any changes to the schedule, y'all can follow me on Twitter at Twitter, Blue Sky, or YouTube at NoLimit482 or No Limit live streams, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch in there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights in there every Monday night, aka tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're currently going through a superhero movie marathon right now, and we're going to be watching my favorite movie. Like, flat out my favorite movie. We're going to be watching The Dark Knight. If you guys want to check that out, consider hitting up the Discord server where we host it. Alright, that's going to be it for now. If you guys have a raid message in mind, let me know. Going to find ourselves a raid target. It's releasing on July 6th? No, it isn't. It's releasing on June 4th, I'm pretty sure. Hang on. I'll double check. Oh my god, it is June 6th. Mother trucker! Okay, I'm gonna have to reschedule this then. My bad. Man! You know why I'm mad? The wiki freaking lied to me. Ah! Screw you, Zenless Zone Zero wiki! Alright, who to raid, who to raid, who to raid, who to raid, who to raid. The wiki now says June 6th. They said June 4th the last time I checked! I'm so mad! They said June 4th! Freaking liars!
even had a countdown too. I literally checked it last Saturday. Ah! AKA yesterday. You know what? I haven't raided this person in a while. Let's send you guys their direction. Okay, the raid message will be... You know what? Screw it. Why not? I know who we're raiding, and I'm pretty sure they would laugh at this. I wipe my knob well. As for who we're raiding, we're going to be raiding Montaru. Montaru's doing a Pokemon retrospective, and they're currently on Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver. So go raid. So we'll send you guys in their direction. Give them all the love like you guys give me. Until next time, everyone. I'll catch y'all on Tuesday for Final Fantasy. Only I'm not doing Fire Emblem for a while.
Thank you.
Analala, thank you so much for your follow. Thank you again for the raid. Until next time, everybody, stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. Good night, everybody.